Good morning, everybody. Tim Wrightson here from Border Sports Live, bringing to you the Queensland Deaf Bowl State Singles Championships. Day 2, it's another sectional morning. It's an absolute pleasure to bring you this event from the Mooloolaba Bowls Club. We're about to get underway for the first end of the morning. Got another great game, just met some more lovely people. We'll get things sorted and underway for you. We've got two more Queenslanders from far ends of the state this morning. We've got Dennis Balance. He's bowling with his orange SRVs, and he's from Airlie Beach Club. I'll give you a bit of information about Dennis, and his lovely wife's been filling me with information this morning. And he's up against Gary Hagan. He's bowling with XGs, and he's from Victoria Point in my neck of the woods, down in the Gateway District or the Redland City Council area of southeast Brisbane. I'll find out a bit more information as the day goes on as to how these gentlemen went in yesterday's games. And I'm on my own for the time being until we can find an assistant. We had some absolutely brilliant assistants yesterday. I hope some of you got to watch the game yesterday. And if you didn't, do yourself a favour, hop on. If nothing else, if you want to learn a little bit about the people who struggle with hearing impairment and so forth, oh, look at this bowl. It's early in the morning, but he's done an absolute ripper. Oh, unfortunately, just a little long, but very, very close there from Gary. Uncle Gary, they call him. He's been Uncle Gary from Victoria Point. He's been playing for 11 years Victoria Point and has previously played in the Queensland Arm Bowl team. Boys will, they have had a trial end, but it will take them a minute to get their head around this green. It's a little bit quicker than a lot of them. A lot of these guys have been playing on grass a fair bit over recent weeks, and Queensland's had a bit of late rain. So if you've been playing on grass and then you turn up here to play on this, it's quite a shock to the system. I'm about to be proven wrong, though. I have most certainly been proven wrong. You can see why he played in the state arm bowlers team. On the mat now with his last bowl is Des Balance. Balance with a double L. Yes, the spelling is correct, in case you're wondering. Des's wife just told me he's been bowling for a year and a half. So a little bit less experienced than Gary. But as well as being hearing impaired or deaf, as these bowlers are all required to be to qualify for this event, Des Balance also has bilateral Meniere's disease, which affects the balance organs in the ears. It could be a 2 there. We'll wait and see. Hopefully we'll get an indication. We're going to keep on top of the markers. I haven't got the marker's name. Two. And it was a 2 to Des. Sorry, a 2 to Gary Hagan. We've got 3 10 end. Now, this is singles, and it's not up to a particular score. They are 10 end matches. There are no dead ends. Jack will be respotted on the tee, which we did see happen last night. Some very exciting bowls. 10 end matches, and it's sectional. So the gentleman, and I haven't got his name yet, the gentleman who's marking this game, he'll be playing one of these two opponents on another rink in a little while for game 2. We're going to struggle with a little bit of the camera this morning, folks. It's going to go in and out of focus because we've got a fair bit of glare coming in from under the roof. So please bear with us. Another good start from Gary there. If any of the viewers that are on already, if you could let me know if that camera angle that I'm showing you there is a little bit dark, please let me know. These guys were having a good old chat like old mates earlier on. See a lot of good variety of styles. Both these fellas with bowling arms to assist them. As we know, a lot of people get the bowling arms that keeps them in the game when otherwise they would not have been allowed to. We've got a lovely head being formed already at the moment. Club Mooloolaba has been a fantastic host. If you are on the Sunshine Coast and you get a chance, come on down, folks. There's plenty to see today. I believe there's 100-odd bowlers coming down tonight for a big function. We see Gary Hagan with another good bowl. Yes, that was Gary. So Des holding shot at the moment. Gary got 3 really good catches sitting there in the waiting. Great to see Mark Rossington and also Kathy already tuned in. Fantastic. Matty Harris, can you let me know how that camera, the middle camera, is showing on the players there? Is it looking a bit dark or is it just the way things look for me? Hope everything's going well in the Philippines for you, Mark. Good to see you've tuned in, mate. If you missed last night's games, not only the actual performance of the bowlers, but you will also get one hell of an education from 4 very differing backgrounds of bowlers who helped out with guest speaking. Yesterday we had Prue Staines, a 16-year-old who's already won an Australian title for deaf bowls, youngest ever national. Ooh, there's a big no called out from Des there. I think he might be safe, but he thinks he's probably gone down. Probably better than he thought. Prue Staines was fantastic to have her on during the first game. We also had Sue Higgins came on with Ben, her deaf support dog or assistance dog. Yeah. His fears are allayed. He was a little worried there. We had Barry Lester from Kawana Club just up the road, and as we all know, Barry's been heavily involved with bowls at the highest level. He, last night, fantastic down here, helping bowlers get a bit of information. Not many people have access to the likes of and the level that Barry's at, so it was fantastic that he was involved with people down here last night. We also had Michael Barker, the president of Deaf Bowls Australia, and we also had Stephen. Surname eludes me at the moment. My apologies, folks. Stephen, or is the organizer of the event. Stephen Fox. So thank you to everybody that's tuned in already. Good to see you lot are all chatting. Yeah, karaoke tonight at Club Mooloolaba. If you want to see some brilliant entertainment, Make sure you get there before I get on stage. Thank you both. I see that now. You can hear me thinking out loud, I'm sure. Hopefully we'll get some more, a variety of guest commentators on today. We're hoping to get Pete, the event's umpire. Hopefully he'll be able to drop in if he does get time. It's not easy for the umpires, but it's great to get their perspective. You never know what rules or issues might come up during the game, so I've already bailed him up. I've done an awful lot of bribing to get some of these people on assisting with commentary, but they've all been fantastic and so giving of their time. Blokes that have got plenty on their plate already, lots and lots to do, and they're still offering to come on and help and do something that they've never done before. So they've all pushed their own personal little boundaries. Hopping on and being a commentator up here is quite daunting. When you first have a go, have a look here. Gary Hagan with a lovely bowl, about a foot behind the jack. Magnificent bowling. This would be good baptism of fire. Des Balance on the screen now. Only a year and a half he's been bowling. So he's doing a fantastic job given his circumstances. But to come up against a fella who's played in the Queensland Arm Bowlers team and has been bowling just at Victoria Point Club alone for 11 years will be fantastic. So a lot of friendships have been formed, from what I understand, between all these bowlers. Perhaps after today's events, they'll form some more friendships and bonds, because the celebrations and the commiserations will all be occurring in the clubhouse this evening. You've become a tragic, Kathy. Yeah, lovely bowl. Fantastic bowl from Des Balance. Yes, and he's... Gary just asking if he's up or down still. The players are not allowed to come to the head. This is a timed match. I think it's 1 hour and 10 minutes per game. So we'll have 3 games on this stream up until lunchtime. That will be the completion of the sectional part of this tournament. We'll have semi-finals and finals in a separate link on your YouTube Live Sports this afternoon. So it'll just be the one. Nice class game to start off. And it is a Richie Benno favourite. It's Chew Chew after Chew ends. Marvellous effort, that. All right. I need to wake up a little bit more before I start my impersonations. If I start Darryl Eastlake, I'm sure Maddie and Mark and Kathy will all let me know whether my sad attempt at impersonations goes all right. But if I go right over the top and start screaming my you-know-what's off, that'll be my Darryl Eastlake. I've got the lovely fella called Doug standing behind me having a look at the setup that we have here for YouTube Live Sports. He was a very good companion at the bar last night, weren't you, Doug? Yes. It's your fault I'm in the state I'm in this morning. Thank you very much. Wasn't my fault. Wasn't my fault, not at all. We both are. I must have been forced into it, I think. Oh, she is marking. Beauty. Oh, you've got to... Doug was giving his wife instructions last night on where she needs to stand while she's marking. So he's a long-term bowler from out at Goodna Club. So the Goodna Club people have been very good and looked after me. They were quite good in looking after me last night. Oh, spoiler alert. Turn your volume down if you haven't heard the soccer score, the Australia match, and you do want to know how the Socceroos went last night in their game against Egypt. Just turn your volume down for a second. We'll have a quick couple of seconds chat about that. We can also talk about the Sydney Swans performance last night. I'm more than happy to talk about that. And hopefully, lovely toucher there from Des. Hopefully the Cronulla Sharks will have a good game against the Broncos tonight too. So, oh, look out. We've got another guest commentator coming on to give us another completely different perspective on lawn bowls. We thank him very much for his time. Oh, Gary Hagan, how did he kick a goal through there without touching anything? Now, we are having a little bit of problem with this camera, folks. It's going to cut in and out. The poor old camera doesn't know where to focus on the player, the green, or the background. Apologies for that. If it keeps happening, I won't do it. So what we'll do, we'll introduce our umpire for today. He's coming to sit with us and he's going to join in commentary for as best he can until he gets pulled away. And it's Pete Dingle. And Pete's from the Mooloolaba Club.
Oh, yeah, mate, yeah.
Welcome to commentary. Welcome to YouTube Live Sports.
Yeah, this is good.
Thank you very much for your time. I see last night you didn't get called out too often. Most of them are being gentlemanly and ladylike enough to not require your assistance.
No, I did actually. And as the night went on, I don't know, I must have getting tired or it cooled down. A lot of jack measures last night.
Oh, there was?
Yes.
Oh, length
of the jacks.
Ah.
And some of them were pretty close, like 20 mil.
Very good. 21 mil from 20 mil from the 21 metres.
Yeah, in by 20 mil.
Wow.
So they had reason to call me.
Okay, the players have come down to the head to have a look. I have been told it's against the rules, but
it is.
It is against the rules, and I've got the umpire sitting with me right this moment, so I'll let you go in a sec. You might want to have to, we'll let them finish this. They've now both broken the rules, and they've both got one bowl left, so.
Well, the controlling body had a chat to me yesterday before game started, and because they're not with the Crystal Vision Edition 4, right, which you can go to visit the head.
Yes.
They haven't recognised that rule.
Okay.
Anyway, so they had a chat to me yesterday, and I went, okay, sweet. And the person who had a chat to me, he was the first person to go to the head.
There you go. He'd obviously worked you out.
Yeah.
Look at the head we've got here, Pete. This is fantastic. We missed that touch. I put a little chalky up. And this is a lovely weighted bowl as well. Gee, that could have got a result.
Well, this is the stand even yesterday. It's been very close heads and lots of good measures. So the standard's good. And the surface is running really nice. And everyone's enjoying it.
It looks an absolute peach. If this was, if there was a greenkeeper around here, we'd be bowing down to him. If a greenkeeper could create what we've got to play on here, and I see you've got two of them, plus you've got a grass green out the front.
Yeah.
For your social bowlers, I'm gathering.
Well, this afternoon we've got 100 party bowlers coming in here straight after we finish.
Wow. So there you go, Matty. I won't be leaving my equipment out for you for Monday, all through Sunday and tonight.
No way.
I'll be busy packing up and annoying everybody with my karaoke.
Because as you know, party bowlers party, so there's lots of drinks.
They do.
So I wouldn't trust them around your equipment.
No, we'll drag it all in and we'll get it back out.
Yeah.
Give Matt a helping hand. So that was another one to Gary. What a fantastic end that was, and I apologise, folks. It's early on a Saturday morning, and I do make mistakes. I sometimes forget to adjust the cameras. Now, we've completed 4 ends, so we're waiting on one score, probably from the previous end, actually. And I think that was Gary also. We'll get an update once the jack has been placed. Did you want to have a chat with the players, or are you going to let them go about the...
My feel is we got plenty of time.
Yeah.
Time's not an issue.
Yeah. Nobody was pushing, though. I noticed that yesterday.
And I just, even with the controlling body, there was... it wasn't black and white.
Yeah.
There was discussion about it, right?
Yeah.
if there's any real complaints about it, I think I'll have to step in. But at this stage, I'm happy just to sit back and occasionally if someone goes up. But if someone's going to do it frequently, well, then I'd say something.
Good man. A bit of common sense can help to fill in the bits between the black and white rules, can't it?
This gentleman that's bowling now, he also has sight problems. So he has his own jack. He normally plays with a white jack.
Yep.
He approached me last night. He said as the night goes on, he can't actually see the yellow jacks. So we allowed him to play with a white jack last night, which is a lot smaller and totally different weight.
Yes, it is. And some players wouldn't be aware of that, especially those who don't play on artificial surfaces too often.
He approached me before and said he's going to play with his white jack. I said, it's a nice, bright, sunny day.
Good luck.
I can't see any reason for it.
I like to see you putting the foot down.
So we said no, only because it's a different weight. So because it's a lot lighter, the other players may not be used to it and they'll be rolling into the ditch more times than they want to.
Exactly, yeah. Yep, that was a lovely bowl there from Gary again. Yes, well, his wife was just telling me he also has bilateral Meniere's disease. So he's doing very, very well to be out in the bowls green and to be holding his own against Gary with bowls like this. My goodness.
I might have to go and do a measure.
Okay, I'll leave you to it.
Back.
Thanks, Pete. Lovely that Pete's able to drop in. Yeah, you're right, Kathy Brooks. The common sense approach in any sport is great to see. It's difficult to do because, let's face it, excuse me, rules are rules. They're there for a reason, and things didn't move. Both those bowlers walked up at that stage, and probably not aware they weren't allowed to, because in so many games of singles you are allowed to walk up. So great to see that Pete just happened to be sitting right in front of them, and good that he made that judgment call. There needs to be a little bit of leeway in all bowls, but once one player objects to a breach in the rule, it changes things. Here we go. Here we go. Has he got enough on this? Gee, that's close. Looks like it's still 1 to Gary at the moment. It is. Good to see. If you're not quite right in the mat, you're not quite settled, take your step back. There was a little lesson there for a lot of people. If you're not comfortable on the mat, take your step back. A good bowl here will be round the back. That is some fantastic. Folks, there is not a bowl outside a metre of the jack. 7 out of 7 bowls. That is a fantastic, very well positioned bowl. It shows the experience of Gary Hagan. Holding shot. Very hard for Des now. If he hits his own 2 oranges on the left, and if he's brave enough to hit those with a metre of weight, he might pop that blue through. He may end up with 3. Tricky shot. And let's face it, he's 1 down. If he takes the jack back, it's not going to do any more harm than he's already facing at the moment at 1 down. Interesting, he's using his left arm across his body to steady his right arm. Everyone adapts to their circumstances. He's got the weight he needed here, but I think he's only just going to be around the outside. So I'll get a score update, make sure I've got that correct, folks. Okay, the score is 4-2. After 5, yes. My mathematics was shocking a moment ago. I was getting myself a tad confused. So thank you very much to Club Mooloolaba, who is sponsoring this event. Hosting this event. They've been very hospitable to all the bowlers. They're all raving about how lovely the facilities are here, but the way the staff have looked after them, fantastic. They certainly put on a good feed. The place was full last night of just Friday night locals, visitors, tourists and so forth. I'll give you some more updates about other things going on next week. The Phoenix Pairs down at Coffs Harbour. Tony Scott will be doing that on YouTube Live Sports. Matt Harris will be doing the Deaf Sports Australia. The Sunshine Coast is hosting Deaf Sports Australia, and of all of the sports that are being competed in on the Sunshine Coast, would you believe it, lawn bowls is the only one that's being live streamed, and I'm very glad to be part of that. So thank you very much to Matt for his invite to help out, supporting this community of people who are absolutely lovely. As I started to say earlier, if you missed last night, we had a great range of people involved on the live stream, and it was extremely educational. We got to watch bowls. We did get off track a little bit at times, folks, but if you get the chance, go back and watch last night's game. There was so much information and just life experience from people who struggle with hearing impairments of all different kinds for different circumstances and reason. Gary Hagan showing his class at Mr. Chalky comes up again, doing very, very well. So today, once again, we're going to try and get Steve Fox and, as I said, our umpire for today, Peter Dingle, is also helping us out with some commentary. So it's great to just get different perspectives and ideas from people. We're always going to have trouble with this middle camera, I think, at the moment, folks. We've got boats. You can't see it, but right now there's a boat going past in the background behind these players. I'm sorry, you might be able to see it. There it goes, on the left-hand side of your screen. I've now live streamed where there's windmills and sheep in the background at Francis in South Australia, and boats going past the background. So bowls clubs are in some amazing places. They're on beaches. Live streamed at Robe in particular. Beautiful background. Backdrop there behind the bowlers. The joys of bowls and the different experiences you get. Isn't that lovely? Mark Rossington, I like your comment there, mate. Thank you for that. It is quite a common thing. I know of a fella that used to play bowls, and he would have a small set of binoculars around his neck. His skipper would stand with his feet in the duck feet position and put the jack in front. This was back in the old days on grass greens with white bowls, and he would need those feet placed right behind the jack so he could see. He would then let the binoculars down, line his bowl up. I'm sorry about that camera, folks. It's going to continue to do that at times. We've got trees moving and things in the background as well. So poor old camera's too smart. It's trying to do more than what it's capable of doing. Bowl from Des is a little narrow. His weight is beautiful. And he's done very well to draw second shot there by the looks of it. So, yeah, white bowls, white jacks, yellow jacks, they are different weight and help people out with their visibility. So it's a common thing. So nice to know, Mark. It's great to know you're actually listening and haven't hit the mute button already, mate. That's the first thing. I couldn't tell you how much lighter in weight. Mark might know. No, he doesn't. Yeah, Kathy will be onto that. She'll YouTube that for sure. So this is me, folks. It's like a business card. We started doing this in South Australia in October last year. That's a fair dinkum photo, by the way. If you haven't heard the story before, I know plenty of you have, so I won't repeat it. Great story about how two mates from high school who ended up playing bowls together 30 years later both got touches at the same time. Another one of those excellent stories of mateship and so forth that's been formed and bowlers have had. And YouTube Live Sports is where we're broadcasting. If you haven't already done it, folks, go on there, subscribe. It costs you absolutely nothing. You can watch as much bowls, motocross, pole Dorset, surfing, croquet as you would like. Subscribing is for free. The benefit of it is that it helps you find your event a little easier. You can also set up reminders for if you see a tournament coming up, you can set a reminder. And you can go into the live chat like Mark Rossington, Kathy Brooks, Matt Harris are doing right now, keeping me on my toes. It's a little bit cooler this morning. It's probably about the same temperature as it was by 6 o'clock last night. I have got a jumper on and there's plenty of jumpers around the place. There's a few interstaters from the southern states who, of course, don't struggle with this cold weather. Being treated to a beautiful winter's morning. Not a breath of wind, or barely a breath of wind out here. See this same camera looking in this direction doesn't seem to have a focus problem, Matt. So it probably is that glare in the background. It's a little closer from Des there. Only just about a foot short. Gary Hagan. He's given Mr. Chalky a good hard workout today. He's on fire. So for those of you who don't know, when you're playing singles, you need to have a marker up the other end, as the marker just did then. He performs the duties that often a skipper would do, like marking a toucher and so forth. He can answer questions for the players and let them know how far past they are, whether they're holding shot or not holding shot. Usual sets of questions. There you go, Matt. I think you're in. You might have got that to work. I'm just going to need to take the mouse for a sec though, mate. So it'll happen as soon as we finish this end. Yeah, nice bowls there. There's just having a look. He's certainly got an open-handed draw on the forehand. If he can take the kitty back even 2 foot or 1 foot behind where it's sitting now, he could pick up a 2 here, which will get him back into the game. Is he going to hold enough? Or is he going to get a sneaky? He did get a sneaky. Where's the Ruben Wiki? He's going to take it. He's looking a bit sheepish about it, but we've all seen it. So for the uneducated, that's what we call a wick. Accidentally got a little rub off a front bowl, straightened his bowl up, and he's just patted his opposition on the back. And I'd say there was a very big sorry. Yeah, he's taking the 2. So there you go. That's as quick as the game can turn around. We've all got nicknames for it. Usually the nickname for a bowl like that, which gets a lucky bounce off or a rub off somebody's bowl, that often will be described as a Reg or a Jono, somebody from a club who does those sorts of shots regularly. But given the circumstances that that Des was in at the time, it was the best option, and he got away with it, so he's going to take it. So it tightens the game up. 10 ends, don't forget, everybody. So we're into the 7th end now. Sorry, we're into the 8th end now. 7 ends completed. There's a good crowd of family and friends and also other locals that have come down to watch the game here. If you get the chance, drop into Club Mooloolaba. God's country, as we so often call it. Fairly central on the Sunshine Coast. Trying to find a better position for this camera when the players are up this end with the white background. I'm wondering where Mark's son does bowl. Is it in the Philippines or is it in Australia? We've seen a few bowls come down on the forehand down this way, and they seem to just stay out a little more than what the players are hoping for, as that one did. It's managed to sneak around Gary's bowl, but another nice bowl from Gary. Oh, I tell you what, the poor old marker, he's like me, but he's going to run out of chalk or texture before I run out of clicking on this button. Some fantastic, just beautifully weighted bowls. Definitely, I don't think Gary Hagan was out there doing karaoke last night. I'd say he got home nice and early. Oh, look, here we go. Another Ruben Wiki coming up. Not quite enough, but almost there. Once again, folks, if you give the bowl enough weight and you happen to get another bowl to get your target, so be it. I dare say he was playing for that extra little bit of weight there, and it's paid off for him. Very close second. So interesting. Both right-handed arm bowlers. As Gary is here, sticking to his backhand and coming in this direction. Another great bowl. Glad I'm not up against these blokes at the moment. And Des is sticking to his forehand coming down this side, so nearest to the ditch. We are on rink 8. Thanks, Boyd. If you got the chance, I can do it now. Matty and I worked it out the other day, but I didn't fix that. But if you could do it whilst we're going, that would be awesome, mate. We've got one bowl from each player remaining on this end. Oh, great to see the reggae rollers are back in town. That was a very good effort from Des there. Gave it the weight that he needed to try and get shot. Got a funny feeling Gary may take it. He's already put his finger up. Whether he's going to take what he's got or he'll take his chance on trying to get another one here, I'm not sure. Yeah, no, he's gonna chance his hand. It's doable. Drawing on the backhand again. Last bowl of the 8th end coming in. Ooh. The boys were chatting as they were walking down there with a chance of that turning nasty. Wyong, another place that people refer to as God's country. Thanks, Mark. It's lovely to interact with the viewers. People, if you haven't done it before, it's fairly simple. You can't do it if you're watching on your television, but if you're on a device, a phone, an iPad, a computer, click the live chat button. It's great. You can get engaged with other viewers. They all end up having a bit of a chat and a bit of a sledge and a bit of fun and so forth. So, yeah, get involved with it. It's a lot of fun, and you do get to meet as you come up against you. Different tournaments and locations, you will get to meet some of the people that you're chatting with online. Up and back now. First bowl's about a metre short. Another one to Gary Hagan. Score goes to 6-4 after 8 ends. Sorry, Boyd, if that was you in there. Yep, sorry, mate. Yeah, I think we had to click the red arrow, mate, to get that. Yeah, click the arrow, yeah. Oh, bloody hell. Am I teaching Boyd something to do on the computer? Write this down, Kathy and... Write this down, Kathy and Matty. I just reminded him. Oh. It'll be the 8, mate. We're doing some IT repairs on the run here, folks. So it'll be the layer with the 8 in it. Ooh, Des's last bowl's just come down a little short. Look at the grass, folks. The grass line for all of these bowls, very, very good. Gary's last bowl on its way. It's definitely going to reach. And at the moment, my guesstimation, Gary'd be holding 3 there, folks. Probably 4. So a bit of work here for Des, and it's the pointy end. This is the second last end of the match. You don't want to drop a 4 here. On his backhand, no, he's changed to the forehand. But he's probably got close to a metre to draw shot. Oh, if he finds the gap here, hallelujah. He did. It's trickled through a little bit, but he's, oh, gee. Yeah, I've got a funny feeling the tape measure might come out here. It's a little tricky. That one's definitely in. The front ones, the short ones, they're all sort of looking and they're a little unsure. We've got differing levels of experience here, so there's some sportsmanship going on. My guess is Gary probably thinks he's holding 3. Thank you, sir. Oh, we've got to go back and click that red arrow now, don't we? Beautiful. Thank you, Boyd. This is the teamwork that is YouTube Live Sports, folks. You've got people like me who are an IT wasteland, and you get the support of people like Matt Harris and Boyd Dumbrell. Excuse me. On a Saturday morning, it is 3-2, Gary. He was close. Oh, it's a 4. Yep, so that's a nasty one for Des there. But well done to Gary Hagan of Victoria Point. Perfect timing, Boyd. So this last end coming up, which is the first end of this morning's session, folks. We've got 3 games happening between now and lunchtime. There'll be a break. There's a separate link on YouTube Live Sports for the stream for this afternoon, which will be semi-finals and grand finals. So we'll find out. We don't know at this stage who we've got. There's been some adjustments to the draw. Initially, they thought an entire section would stay for their 3 games on this rink, but that has changed. But this is the last end of this match. Been some high-quality bowls. Been very impressive. And a big thank you to Bowlers Paradise, the Lawn Bowls Pro Shop that's attached here to the Mooloolaba, or Club Mooloolaba. They've contributed with the sponsorship, as have done Club Mooloolaba with hosting this event. Some of the players themselves have reached into their own pocket to get this event underway and the live stream conducted, and it's an absolute credit to them and their sense of community involvement. As we see another great bowl here from Gary. He's showing his 11 years of experience and his experience playing in the Queensland State Arm Bowlers team. No, this link doesn't keep going. Oh, sorry, this link will keep going up until lunchtime. Come on, Des, you're nearly there. He's awful close. Big round of applause from some of the spectators that are here. It's building and building more and more by the time, every minute I look here. This game and the following 2 games, which will be all sectional games, they'll all be on this link. You don't need to go anywhere. At lunchtime, go do your own thing. We'll give you an update as it gets closer as to, we think it's going to be after 1 o'clock. And Des is just, Gary's just tipped Des in for shot. Now, being sectional, this will be relevant. it's not possible that Des can win this match at 4-10 down. We're on the last end. But your shots up are relevant, so they play right through to the very last bowl. Yeah, sorry, Kathy. I got the gist of what you're up to. Oh, is he going to return? No, he's not going to return the favour, but that is an absolute ripper for Mr. Chalky there. Des will be very proud of that bowl. As you can see, folks, there's no shortage of talent on display here at Club Mooloolaba. Let me reword it whilst I'm commentating. Yes, you're 2 down, Gary. Just got to try and get the marker to move out the way. Yeah, beautiful. Love your work. Learning the hand signals here. Sign language will be close. Sorry, folks. Yes, we have this game and 2 more sectional games, and they'll keep going up until the lunch break on this YouTube link that you're on now. After that, there'll be a lunch break and a separate link for the semi-finals and the finals this afternoon. No, he's good. He's moved now. Oh, wow. A fantastic game. Fantastic game by both players there. If you're not entertained by the quality of those bowls, folks, you've been spoiled elsewhere. You need to come back to reality. That was a fantastic game of bowls. One fella with 11 years experience and played in the state team, and another bloke with 1 year experience, both with hearing impairment issues. Of course, Des and his wife explained to me he has bilateral Meninger's disease as well, which affects his balance organs in his ears. And he's out there putting bowls down like that. So it just goes to show anybody can play bowls at whatever level. What a great game. So 2 to Des to finish the game off. Ends up with a 10-4, so a 4-shot deficit. I hope we get more games like that. So we'll have a short break. There is still one more game going until that game's finished. The next round will not be able to start. So we might even just go quiet for a moment. I'll go and get some information and details of who's playing next. And we'll come back to you. We'll find out who's up next on the live stream, folks. Don't go away. Go and grab a cuppa, but don't go away. We'll be back with more action from the Queensland's Deaf Bowls State Singles Championships from Club Mooloolaba, proudly sponsored by Club Mooloolaba and Bowlers Paradise. We'll be back shortly, folks. Won't be much more than 5 minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Tim Wrightson, also known as Chicken Legs, for the obvious reasons, with you here at Club Mooloolaba for round 2, Saturday morning session for the State Deaf Bowls, Queensland State Deaf Bowls Singles Championships. I've muddled that up completely, but I'm sure you get the gist. And we have another good game on the cards here. Boys have just had a chat. Peter Cox just had his roll-up because he was the marker for the previous game. Now, a little bit of information about what's going on here. Stephen Fox, who's Secretary of Deaf Bowls Australia and also a massive part of organising this particular part of the week's festivities up here for Bowls State Deaf Bowls Queensland. He's just told me, and Matty Harris will be interested in this, he won't be able to make it through even if he won both his sectional games coming up now. He's on the rink beside us. He said, I'm going to be having a bit of driving practice, and he's on rink 9 right beside us. So just watch out for some excitement and some bowls. He said, I'm going to make sure most of my bowls and the jacks end up in our rink. So he's looking for a bit of glory and a bit of TV time, I think. Absolute character. He tried to get on to do commentary with us for game 1, but unfortunately he got caught between the end of the rink and myself. He's a man in demand. He does an awful lot to help organise these events. But this game coming up next, we have John Price from Victoria Point. Victoria Point, for those of you who don't know, is in the Gateway District in the Redland Shire. So just as we had Gary Hagan in the previous game from Victoria Point, we've got another one, which is really good to see. So he's using Dynamics, and it was his 75th birthday yesterday. So Gary Hagan out to have a bit of a celebration today. He's up against Peter Cox from the Woodgate Club in Victoria, who's using Drake's Prides. So blue Drake's Prides and orange Dynamics for John Price. Boys are having a chat. These are timed events. They have 1 hour and 10 minutes to complete 10 ends of singles. It is an unusual format to have 10 ends. It is an unusual concept. They have agreed to it, and I'm sorry for those of you who are used to 21 up and so forth. Thanks, Matty. All done. Yeah, it's an unusual. Steve Fox has received a bit of feedback from some of you viewers. He came up and said to me, I've had a couple of complaints and my jaw hit the ground. And he said, no, nothing about you, which is very unusual. It's an unusual concept, but they are trying to fit as many games in as can. You've got 19 players here. Oh, look at that. That jack roll is supreme. Couldn't have got it any closer to the ditch if you tried. So we're underway for game 2 of the sectional. Well, it's section 2 and it's game 2. Don't tell me we've got to touch a first go. Oh, we almost did. And it has dropped in. So John Price up now from the Victoria Point Club. We'll see how these guys go on the long end. Both bowls have gone in the ditch. To start with. So a long end, a little tricky for these guys. It's it is tricky. As I said earlier, a lot of these guys have been playing on grass greens in various places around Australia. Of course, the southern states, the rain's already started, and Queensland has had an actual unusually wet June. So this green running at about 17 seconds is a bit of a surprise for some of the players, despite playing on it already. There's a lovely Lovely, lovely, lovely bowl there. Well done to John Price. And Woodgate, Peter Cox here from Woodgate in Victoria. He's not the only one that's travelled all the way up to the Sunshine Coast for these championships. Quite a few bowlers from different states, mainly Queensland, obviously. It's a long trek. Some of them would have already been up this neck of the woods for the Australian Open only a little while ago. With the cost of travel and everything these days, it's pretty hard to get into state for bowls matches. Another good bowl from John, 1 on, 1 behind, and in a very good catching spot. I'm a big fan of the beret with lawn bowlers. Here we go. We have got a great bowl. Absolutely brilliant bowl, but he has just kicked a 6-pointer like you wouldn't have thought you could get a bowl through there. Bit unfortunate, Peter, there. Last bowl of the first end. Looks like it's got a bit of muscle on it. So a long end, sorted him out. But it'll be 1 to John to start the match. One of the rare moments where I can actually make that decision without even waiting for markers and players to confirm. Big thank you to Club Mooloolaba sponsoring this event and hosting what will be last night and today for the Queensland singles titles, and then also for Deaf Sports Australia. They are hosting the Lawn Bowls, many other events going on the Sunshine Coast all through next week. So the bowls will be live streamed by Matt Harris starting from Monday morning. Monday through Thursday. There's fours on Monday and Tuesday, singles on Wednesday and Thursday. So looking forward to some more fantastic. There'll be more representatives from other states, obviously, for that. First bowl's about a half metre behind. We'll just see if they stick to this ditch rink. So I'm situated just to the left of there. So those bowls are rolling straight past me. I see John Price was going to go down that same hand. He steered away from it. I don't know whether he's got a bit of information from his teammate from the previous game, but probably less people playing along that ditch. He's done very well, and he's chosen well to go to the backhand. Again, about 2 or 3 foot, just behind the jack. Our umpire, Peter Dingle's going to try and drop in, and this is going to get a little push in the right direction, and it will get the result. Be 1 to Peter there. Promoting his own bowl. It's always an option, so sometimes stick to the same side that you played your previous bowl if it went short. Pays off. And this is what's caught a few of them out on this rink. Just holding out. Not sure why. I'm not sure if they play on this green north-south and east-west. There's certainly provision to do so, so I dare say they do. That might be the reason why people have been tending to go longer and the bowls holding out on this side, as this one has as well. So there's definitely a trend going on there, whether it's just playing a little quicker on that side from wear and tear. Great to see people involved in the live chat again. Feel free if you're interested, folks. It's very easy to do. If you're on your TV, maybe not so. Will John Bowl hang around? No, he hasn't. So at the moment, 1 to Peter. Nice to get your pants saved early in the game. And he's changed to the backhand. Probably a wise move. Does not want to trail the jack back. Played this very well. Lovely bowls, gentlemen. Very impressive. Got a big smile on his face, he has. As you would have seen in the previous game, folks, the quality of bowling that's being on display here. Very good. Yep. You see the players, folks, some of these guys don't wear their hearing aids during the game because if they were to play in a national event, they're not allowed to. So there's a lot of talking and lip reading, hand signals going on between the marker and the players. But between the players themselves, when it gets to the end of that end, you need to confirm with your opponent before you go picking bowls up. You've got to make sure that the opponent agrees that you have the 2 best bowls, as we just saw. Two down, 8 to go. Another, we'll get the mat up a real long way for this end. And the jack is all the way to the tee. The mat's so far up, they're pretty much standing right in front of me. Or near to. And a toucher to start the end. Fantastic bowls. Ball's just going to trickle in. Pretty consistent work there. Kathy, we are having a little bit of trouble with the light and dark. We've got quite a dark green, even though it's well lit under here and it's perfect for our sight. We've got quite a glary background. We've got the river is right behind where the head is now, so the opposite end to where the players are. So it is a little bit darker to see, and the camera gets a little bit thrown out by the boats going past, the sandbank. Very good weight again there from Peter Cox. Reaching weight again, making contact with the shot bowl. Probably a pretty good result there. Yeah, Peter's just been told by the marker he's holding a shot. I don't know if it's 2. I dare say it's just the 1. The bowl at 3 o'clock, the orange bowl at 3 o'clock on the right-hand side of the jack is the shot bowl. That one's going to pull up just a little short. It's interesting to see if John changes hands. He's going to his backhand here. He's looking to just try and sit that shot bowl under the 2 oranges, make a bit of contact, and it could pay off. He's just going to hold out, as a lot of them are doing on this ditch rink side. We'll wait for confirmation this time. It's a little closer. Yeah, the scoreboard's being updated for us, which is very good. A good 3/4 length end here. Matt's only up about 2 or 3 metres. A Jackson metre up from the tee by the looks. So a bit of variety happening. Nobody's sticking to any strict game plan at this stage. And another toucher from John Price. Very well done. And here we go, folks. Another example of what I was saying. It just seems that everybody's going a little bit heavier down this right-hand side. It's staying out, or they're all for some reason just going heavier on the ditch side. Almost another toucher from John there. You see a few players have done this. They've changed over to the backhand once they've realised there's a bit of a struggle. And you can see the benefits of changing hands. Take a bow, Peter Cox from the Woodgate Bowling Club in Victoria. I did mention earlier to people if they didn't want a spoiler to turn their volume down for a sec. I was going to talk about the soccer, but I've been distracted, folks. So for those of you who don't know, Australia was unsuccessful against Egypt last night in their World Cup knockout match. I think it got down to penalty shootout. I've heard a little bit. Matty Harris is still tuned in. I'm sure he'll let us know. But the good news is Sharkies play the Broncos tonight. There's another toucher there. Mr. Chalky's getting quite a workout. I don't think it'll hang around enough. It certainly looks like John Price is still holding shot. Sorry, Peter Cox got shot again. Got some lovely bowl shirts. The lady who's umpiring or marking at the moment, she's got a Bandit shirt on. There's a lady on the back of her shirt. We'll see if we can get a shot of that for you in a sec. I love all the variety of shirts you see on display here at bowls matches. I'm going to stay on my toes. I've got my scoreboard in the opposite order to what they have here. We're a bit too late to get a zoom in. The marker's doing all the right things and not getting in the way of the camera. Good jack-high bowl to start with from Peter. Peter gets that right. The moment it left his hand, you saw him wave his hand. It's a common trait of bowlers. The moment they let it go, they start judging whether they think they've dropped it short or made it long. He's obviously getting his weight right because he picked that immediately. Mr. Price got a ripper bowl again here. It's another chalky. Mr. Chalky is copying an absolute hiding. A lovely bowl sitting right behind the jack now makes it very difficult for Peter. Got a little bit of contact on that jack. So if you missed it, the jack's sitting the blue at the top of the screen. Very much where this bowl's going through here now. It's just missed the jack. It was near that blue bowl. You can't quite see it on that camera angle. John's plan will be to not fatten the target up, but get another one close. So even right in front would be really good. He's certainly in the area. These guys are bowling very, very well. Look at that. 2 bowls within 2 inches of the jack. But it does open it up. If Peter's brave enough to stick with the backhand, he does look like he's going to send it down the backhand, and it may even have a little bit of weight on this. He does. And he's only just a tad narrow. A very good attacking bowl. Gave himself a chance. Anything could have happened. He had the back bowl because there are no dead ends. They're re-spotted to the tee, so he could have got any sort of a result there. Good choice in his shot option too, I think. Could have played it a little bit lighter, but a very gentle final bowl there from John Price. But look at his grasp. Perfect again. As I said, folks, I'm kind of glad I'm not playing out against these blokes because some of them are showing would show me up big time. So it's 2 to John Price, brings the score back a little closer, 4-3. We're halfway through the match. I believe we've got this game and one more game. We will have a fairly longish lunch break, I dare say. As each of these games are entitled to go for 1 hour and 10 minutes. I've had confirmation. Matty Harris, if you're tuning in, the afternoon session will not start till, I think it's 1:45, or whatever time it's programmed into YouTube Live Sports. There was talk they may adjust that, but no, we've got a real short end here. I dare say that's just legal length. Basically, the jack's been rolled to where they were standing on the mat only a few ends ago. Ten end matches and 1 hour and 10 minutes. playtime. And again, we're seeing bowls staying out on that ditch side. Another great bowl there from John. And if we're lucky, we might get Peter Dingle back on commentary in between his umpiring duties, sporting his official umpire shirt. And it's just like I knew he didn't. It's as though I knew he was coming in to sit beside me. Welcome back, Peter.
Cheers, thanks, mate.
You've been a busy man this morning.
Yes, it is. It's quite good. There's some very interesting heads of bowls out there. Talent.
There's some very, very good quality heads out there, let me tell you.
Right.
It's one of those days I've said already a couple of times on the commentary. I'm kind of glad I'm not out against these blokes this morning.
Yep. Just a little thing coming from an umpire.
Yep.
We're
Look
really...
at that. Look at that. All that bowl that's just come in there.
Oh, my God.
We're talking about the quality of their bowls and they're doing things like that.
Yep.
It makes it very hard for me as a camera person to try and see the jack at times when they're bowling this well.
Well, that's what you want as a player. You want to be in there, you know, making them play their best bowl.
So go ahead, mate. You got some news for us?
Well, just from an umpire's point of view, we really encourage people to not only be in bowls, but be an umpire's bowls. And then you get this different view of bowls and you learn how to read heads better because you're sitting there watching it. You got the best seat, you know. And I just seen a marker. They rolled a jack and he's put the jack on the centre of the tee.
Ah, yes.
Right?
Good.
So
this is another good point of interest. Yep.
So the front of the jack has to be on the tee.
Front of the jack on the back of the tee, is that correct wording?
The front of the jack on the back of the tee, yes.
Right? Yep, that's what I was told.
And a lot of the times they'll put the jack in the centre.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And when you're talking about the calibre of these players and they're bowling within 10 mil, that makes a difference.
It does make a big difference, yeah. Very good point. I like that. So there you go, folks, from a national umpire. If you weren't already aware, when you place the tee after the lead has bowled the jack down, the front of the jack goes on the back of the tee. So it just overlaps that back part of the
just right on it. Yep.
Yep. Good. Well, I'm glad I've been putting it in the right spot in the past because that's where I was taught. But a lot of us don't get some of that early information when we start bowls. So any little tricks like that, mate, they're exactly what the viewers are interested in hearing.
As an umpire, we are, excuse me, we are rules people. We love rules.
Yeah.
Okay? It's not grey, it's black or white. It's either in or it's out.
Yes, I'm from a law enforcement background. There will be no maybes or cans. It's shall, should, must.
That's it.
You can't be wishy-washy.
Yep.
Same as writing policies and so forth. And yeah, there needs to be a clear instruction. Not an option.
No. My background was driver trainer training.
Yeah.
Right.
So you've got it by the letter of the law.
That's the one.
So you've been involved with the Mooloolaba Club for how long? Club Mooloolaba for how long now?
A few years now. Probably. I'm one of these late comers to bowls.
Yep.
I didn't think I was ever old enough to play bowls. And I retired at 66 and then I discovered bowls.
Fantastic. And this is your one and only club?
No, I was here for those first few years. And then a couple of years I wanted to go and experience grass. So I went down to Marucci, which is just down the road.
They got good grass down there, have they?
Yeah, yes.
Sorry, the dad jokes will come out sooner or later, mate.
That's sort of like the logo from Nimbin Bowls Club. Have you seen it?
No.
Their
Please
logo
enlighten
is
us.
the grass is good and the weight's always right.
There you go. The grass is good and the weight's always right.
That's written on the Nimbin Bowls Club and on their shirts and stubby
fantastic.
coolers.
Yeah, yeah.
So our experience.
And I bet they've got a few people out there offering to roll the grass too at different
for
times.
sure. You're on it.
No, I have no idea what you're talking about. The player's just asking the marker who's got shot here. I don't know that he got an answer or it was too quick for my eyes. It does look like John Price has got it. This is his third bowl coming in now. It's certainly heading in the right direction. Just may run out of Wheaties. It's a nice part of the world. Take away all the jokes about Nimbin and what we know about the place. It's a beautiful part of the world, especially springtime. Plenty of rain. Everything's green as the creeks are running.
Yeah.
Anywhere around Mooloolaba, Lismore, Ballina, Nimbin, Kyogle. It's another one of those God's country. I think I'm using the phrase God's country a lot.
Yeah.
Ever since I came up here, I've been using it, and it's I've met a lot of people. A player in the last match was from Airlie Beach, and I just rolled my eyes. Like, what on earth? Why would you bother coming to the crappy old Sunshine Coast when you're from Airlie Beach? But this is beautiful.
It is.
Up there is beautiful. I think we're quite blessed. The east coast of Australia, we're very blessed for some lovely locations, climate, and so forth.
I'm a little bit different. I'm a coastal person.
Mm-hmm.
Take me inland. I love it. Couple of nights, have a fire, go for a bit of a walk, and I'm done. Put me on the beach, put me in the water surfing.
Yep.
And I can stay there for weeks on end.
Yep. I'm with you. I managed in South Australia. I was living in the southeast of South Australia, so very cold climate, Great Australian Bight.
Oh, yes.
Our gentle breezes come from the Antarctic, which is down the other end of the cul-de-sac. I managed to surf every month, 12 months straight, down there in the cold. And I tell you what, in winter, it was I probably did damage to my body and my organs a couple of times, just the temperature and being in the water with a decent wetsuit. Can't get enough of it, but yeah, the body doesn't allow it anymore, unfortunately.
What put me off down that way is all the kelp in the water.
Oh, yeah, because the kelp hides the sharks. That's why we don't like kelp. It looks like one to John there. He needed that. Doesn't want the game to get away from him. It is one.
And we're getting close to the pointy end of the competition here. Every game's got to be a winner from here on.
Yep, and every bowl's a count, as we mentioned earlier. For those of you who don't know, sectional play, there's 3 people in a section, so you get 2 games against those 2 opponents. You mark 1 game. You want to win every game. You might get 5 points or 10 points for a win, but your margin, so your difference between your shots up and your shots down, will make a difference. Robbie Green, very good question. Thank you very much for your question, mate. We had Michael Barker, the president of Deaf Bowls Australia, on yesterday, and he started to talk about it. We did get sidetracked. My apologies. I'll endeavour to find out for you for sure. There are definitely people here with differing levels of impairment. There's people completely deaf from birth, people who are completely deaf now, during their lifetime, and there's people with partial levels of deafness. Now, he started to use the technical terminology, and I won't try and remember or try and repeat exactly what he said. Kathy's very good at Googling. She's said their state, national, international championships athletes must provide a certificate of audiogram verifying their hearing loss and meet governing body criteria for fair and equitable competition. Thank you so much, Kathy, for that. And there you go. Robbie Green, that's the benefit of being on the live chat. People will get on there and answer your questions for you, especially when people like me aren't smart enough to do so. The benefits of live chat, there they are exactly.
We do have a lady sitting over there who's from the Deaf Society.
Yep.
And she's up from Woodford, and she's here as an interpreter. She might be able to answer some of those questions.
Yep. Excellent.
Would you like me to go and call her over for you?
We'll see. We'll see if Robbie Green's got another question. I don't want to bail too many people up.
No.
People get a little bit nervous.
Look at this bowl coming in.
Yeah. End after end after end, we're being spoilt with very good bowls here. And good strategy too. You just look here, even though Peter's been a tad nervous, and he's done it again, I dare say, he's bowed his head in frustration. Just about every bowl that's come down this ditch side has been wide and a little heavy. I see what he's trying to do there. He wants to pick up that blue bowl that's holding shot at the moment. Slow and steady. John Price, you can see he's very concentrating quite a bit here. He probably won't be happy with that. Yeah, it's not going to be in the way of Peter. Peter's going to stick to his forehand. I dare say he'll stick to a weighted bowl again. He has. He's pumped this one full of steroids. And he's... Oh my giddy aunt. I won't repeat what I just lip-read Peter Cox say. So I'm learning from these people with hearing impairments. I'm lip-reading now. And I just lip-read him. Well, he only said 2 words, but I've seen a lot of football players say it when they're on TV too.
That was a very unlucky bowl.
Yep. But he was very unlucky. Just the one to John Price, which will make it... I'm going to end behind. Sorry, folks. So just finished the 8th end. And the score will now be 5 apiece. Exactly what I like, Pete. A nice close game.
Now we'll see who handles the pressure.
Yes. And they've both at times when there's been a close head, they've both pulled out shots where they were needed, which is really good. You're watching the Deaf Bowls Queensland State Singles Titles, ladies and gentlemen. This morning's session, we're in the middle game. 3 games this morning. There's a lunch break and there's another separate link on YouTube Live Sports you can go to watch the semi-final and the final this afternoon. They will commence at 1:45 local time. Nice start there from John. It'll be interesting to see, Peter, if any of the players... Oh, look at this. Another toucher, or as some people say, when they see the marker mark them.
I did hear a very good term the other day. Bowler put the bowl down, beautiful resting toucher, and they call it the wedlock touch.
Ah, the wedlock touch, I like it. Well, there's almost a wedlock touch there. Marker just indicating to Peter he is now down. Yeah, well, we've all seen the wedlock touch. We all admire the likes of Corey Wedlock and the other Australian representative players. Oh, he's got a hold of it, but he's not moved it enough, unfortunately. A very good bowl again. Oh, yeah, I'll tell you a story, Peter, that some of my viewers have heard, so I apologise to those who have heard this story before. Being in South Australia, and I've got family in Queensland, I was coming up to the Australian Open. I finally talked to 2 of my mates from southeast South Australia, so 2,400 kilometres roughly to the Gold Coast. Finally talked 2 of them into coming up and playing in the Australian Open with me. And of course we joked and talked about, who we could come up against playing and so forth. So my mate that finally talked into coming up playing, first game on a Monday morning, came up against Corey Wedlock.
Lucky man.
and he knows he was lucky, but of course it burst his bubble a little bit, and it's like, oh, damn it, I wanted to come up here and see if I could at least make it through my section. But that is the benefit. He got Mitch Bide side bottom, and the following year he got Mitch side bottom in his section, and also the skipper of the men's fours winning team this year. His name eludes me at the moment.
Winning fours, the young fella.
The men's fours final, and he
Yep.
was the skipper of that winning team that beat the Top Guns.
Yep.
Obster or Oster? Oster?
Yeah.
I think it's Oster or something similar to that. I know somebody will be Googling it right now, and it'll probably be on that screen in a sec.
Those 4 young fellas in that game looked like they were out on a Sunday afternoon social game.
They did.
Very relaxed.
And talking to Barry Lester last night, I said, no disrespect to people up at your level, it is so good to see some young blokes get up and do what we've all dreamt of doing.
Yeah.
Winning an Australian Open you'd love to do, but to do it against the likes of, Tees, Kelly, Wedlock and so forth.
Plus they took some scalps on the way.
They did, yep. Okay, so it looks like another one to John with one end to go. And it is the last end. People are learning. Hayden Oster, there you go.
It's the one.
No worries, Robbie. I'm glad you got involved in the live chat. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast.
I've got to go for a measurement.
All right, mate. Thank you very much, Peter. Come back again. Peter Dingle, folks, sharing his time between us and the players. Very much appreciated. Great to get a national umpire's comments. See Steve Fox on the rink next door, getting a touch there. Oh, that umpire's measures on our rink. There you go. There you go. There's a zoom-in version of the shirt that I was talking about, the marker with the bandit shirt. I like this one. We'll see if we can get a good look at it. It's a little hard. We might not. So that's Mike on screen now that is helping with the commentary. Yep. It's all good, he calls. It's very similar to the length that they had just a little while ago, actually. Umpires are often called to just confirm that the jack has been rolled past the minimum length. We'll get confirmation in a sec from the umpire. Last end of the match. And John Price is one shot up. My dream situation, a nice close game going into the last end. Both bowlers bowling very well. A lovely bowl from Peter Cox there. Exactly what you want when you're one down going into the last end. This one's almost as good. Beautiful weight. Enough to remove that bowl if it had got a contact. Now, Peter has two options. He's choosing his forehand, the side that's been bugging him, and that's going to bug him as well. It's not going to be in John's way. John's obviously going to continue to stick with his forehand. He wants to make contact. He wants to come down on this left-hand side of your screen. The jack's only sitting about 2 to 3 inches in front of that orange bowl. He's looking around the mark. He's just going to go under by the looks. Ooh. It's fallen out, unfortunately. It's absolutely pin high. This time Peter is changing his hand. Probably a good move. He wants to get under that last bowl if he can. He wants to protect his shot, and he'd love to make it two, which will put him in the lead. But he's gone under. Change of hands always often throws players off. Okay, last bowl. This is John's chance. He wants to try and get shot so he can secure the game. If he trails the jack back, he'd be a very good chance of securing the game. Under that orange. Oh, it's going to come about by a bit of a Reggie. He's apologised very quickly to John Price, and he's shaking his head. They're all smirking, but that is bowls, ladies and gentlemen. That's the horrible thing. Now we all sit back and now we wish Peter Cox the best because he's... it's a horrible situation, but it is an open draw, as you can see. He could play a multitude of shots here. He could play forehand with a little bit of weight, a hit and sit. And he could play backhand and just straight draw. There's plenty of room to draw around that side. Or a hit and sit where you come in, hit the nearest bowl to shot, pushes that through, and your bowl stays where that one was, and you get the shot. So he's got a big cheesy grin on his face, has Peter. He knows the task he's got ahead of himself. I dare say he'll go for a draw on the backhand. We'll soon see. Taking his time, walking back behind the mat, giving himself time to think, set where he wants. He's just asking the marker to move out of his line of sight. Last bowl to draw the match. He'd be very fortunate to win it. I guess he could. He could trail it across to his orange bowl. He'd be doing very well to kick it across in the right direction there. It's on its way, folks. Fingers crossed. He's close. He is close. He is close, but he's got a little bit too much wheat picks. He's done very, very well. He's going to go down by 3 overall. Congratulations to both you blokes. When you watch this back later, I hope you're both very proud of how you both played. To your family and friends and your teammates, you've done them proud. Yeah. Yes, I'm not going to say words I've seen. I'm getting better at this lip reading. A fantastic game. That's 2 ripper games in a row. As you can see, folks, came down to the very end. Very, very well done. So we might sneak across. Looks like the game on the adjoining rink looks like it may... Yes, it's on its last end, I'm guessing. We'll see if we can get a bit of a look-see at it for you. We won't be able to control people going in front of this one. So a win to John Price from Victoria Point. Congratulations to one of my locals from the Gateway District. He ended up taking that one out 8-5. I can't tell you the names of the fella in the blue who's just bowled this bowl, but he's up against Stephen Fox. Stephen on camera now. Played in our first live stream match last night. Marker just indicating to him bowls only About 3 inches behind the jack. Hopefully Peter stays where he is and we can see this last bowl of Stephen Fox coming down now. If he makes contact there, oh, he almost did. Very, very close. You can see what he was trying to do, folks. Bump onto his own bowl, which would have popped the other one out because they're pretty much touching. Last bowl's coming down now. Scores 14-4 on that rink. 14-6 it is. And that would probably make it 15-6 to the man in blue. Coming down to the head now. So there you go, folks. We've finished round 2. Round 2's gone very, very well. It was as competitive and quality game as round 1 was. Again, a special mention to Club Mooloolaba and also the Bowler's Paradise bowl shop that's attached here. The Deaf Sports Australia has their annual national tournament on the Sunshine Coast starting next week from Monday to Thursday. The only event that we know of being live streamed at Deaf Sports Australia's annual event is the Lawn Bowls here by Matt Harris. Will be live streamed on YouTube Live Sports as we are today. So it's a big credit to them. And obviously Deaf Bowls Australia is a part of that as well. So I'll hopefully be enjoying Matt's company up here on the Sunshine Coast. Thank you very much for those who have viewed the second match today. It's been a pleasure bringing it to you. We will have another game coming up very soon. There's 20 minutes to go before the shot clock finishes. So we do have a couple of games. They're a fair way away on the other rinks. We'll see if we can get a bit of a look at some of the players that are playing around the place. It's a little hard when I've got to zoom full distance, but we'll give it a run. And showcase a little bit of the quality of the venue that we have here at Club Mooloolaba. The amazing venue, modern facilities, the ones that a lot of us country bowlers dream of having. We got two big greens, 7 rink greens situated on some of the best real estate you can imagine, right on the river. We've had boats passing in the canal behind us in the background there. But it is an absolutely lovely venue. If I take that off, you'll be able to see it even better, folks. So we're looking now to the northwestern end and the northern end where the clubhouse is. As you can see, you may be able to see, we've got quite a fair few people turning up and watching this event now. Not too many beverages being shared just yet, but we've got quite a good contingent of spectators around the place. So there's 20 minutes to go for the 3 rinks that are still out. We'll take a bit of a breather here, folks. Go grab yourself a cuppa. What is it, 11 o'clock in Queensland, so we'll be back at 11:20. And just after 11:20, and we'll be commencing the 3rd game of the 2nd round of sectional play. I hope you're enjoying the broadcast. We'll be back with you after a short break, folks. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, my sincere apologies. Things have changed a little bit. I believe everybody's waiting for their lunch now. 12:45, I've now been told. 12:25, I've been told that round 3 of this sectional match will be starting. So my apologies. There's a couple of different people involved in the organisation here. They're all doing a fantastic job, but things do change, and obviously catering, they need to wait for lunches to come out. So I'm going to put it in the scoreboard if you're there watching. Third game. Yeah, I can only apologise for this, folks. Hopefully that will make sense, and that will be on the screen. I'll also put it in the live chat. Yeah, information's only just come in. I've been wondering why people haven't been going back out there, so I'm sorry for those of you who have been waiting. We have one more sectional game that will occur after the lunch break. I'm not sure why they've put it on at this time, because it's only 11:34 here local time. They'll have a lunch break. We will have the third match, which that'll complete the sectional part of the tournament. At 1:45 p.m, the semi-final will start, and the grand final will take place after that. So, again, sincere apologies if you've been waiting. I will leave this live stream open and running, and with the logos and so forth on the screen as I've done. It's the best way to inform people when they come back to the TV that it will be starting soon. As I say, it's a little out of my control, and I apologise for those of you who have been waiting. Looking forward to streaming the next game, as I said, at about 12:20. And then that's on this link. This link will continue to run for that time. There's a separate link for the semi-final. So hope you get to join us back after that, folks. If you're no other people are sitting around waiting and watching, please pass the information on. Much appreciated. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I sincerely thank you all very much for your patience and the slight change in the programming schedule. We have the final game of the sectional happening now. And we've got two ladies playing, which is fantastic. One of the ladies her and her husband kept me up late last night after the game at Club Mooloolaba, enjoying the festivities and live music and so forth. So we're looking forward to another good game and another good example of lovely spirited deaf bowlers from Queensland. Two very different places. We have first bowl down is from Nicole Roderick. And she's got Nicole Roderick's from the Goodna Club. She has Purple Optimas. And that's Nicole there in the green. And Nicole is up against Suellen Tappenden, and she's from Mount Larkham in central Queensland. She has purple tailors. So both the ladies have got a purpley blue coloured bowl, which is going to be a little tricky. Now, Mount Larkham is up between Rockhampton and Gladstone, so up near the Tropic of Capricorn. So once again, folks, thank you very, very much for your patience. Things changed and I ended up having an early lunch to fit in with the catering purposes. So we'll get these scoreboards adjusted for you all. See if we can get these surnames fit in here. Very good bowl there from Nicole. She was worried she'd be a bit seedy this morning, I will tell you all that. But she was marking the first game, so she managed to find a way through that little issue. My name's Tim Wrightson from Border Sports Live, and I'm streaming on behalf of Matt Harris and YouTube Live Sports. As you'll see a good bowl come in there from Suellen. It's just about jack high. Nicole's still holding shot with the bowl just behind. Lovely line on this one too. It's just fallen a little short. It may have come in for second shot there though. Commonly seen as Central Queensland colours, the maroon, white and yellow for Suellen. And a good looking bowl too. Is it going to use her own? I think it is. She's weaved the magic. We've got a lovely fellow by the name of Eric Smith from the Bean Lee Club, halfway between Gold Coast and Brisbane. He's the marker for this match, so the other fellow that was in this section. Yes, one to Suellen to start the game off. I haven't seen any of these ladies' games so far today, so I'm not sure how they've been going in the tournament thus far. We'll soon find out. After this game, we'll be having we'll be stopping this particular live stream, and we will be going to what I thought was originally the lunch break. So after this game, there'll be a short break. You'll need to go to the other link on YouTube Live Sports for the semi-final and the final, which, from what I can gather, is, well, it's definitely going to be very much anticipated. My apologies. We'll get this camera lined up for you all. Girls just having a bit of trouble on this ditch rink at the moment. They'll soon work out what everyone else has, and it looks like Sue Ellen already has. Nice line, about a metre behind, metre and a half. Half the battle's won. Two main things you got to do in bowls. You've got to get your weight right and your grass right. And as a lot of us blokes know, because ladies always tell us, we can't do two things at once. So we'll see if these ladies can lead by example. It's also been noted by some of the players here today. A lot of these guys know that deaf bowls is certainly improving its exposure, not just in Australia but worldwide, and it will come under the classification of the disability bowls. So it's been duly noted that there's one of the head Queensland or chairman of Queensland selectors, who's a lovely bowl from Sue Ellen, a couple inches behind the jack there. Yes, two members of Bowls Queensland's team. I believe a selector is here. So these players will be looking to improve and impress the judges, so to speak. Bit hard to see who's actually holding a shot at this stage. This one's not going to interrupt it, but it's probably going to... It could possibly get in Nicole's line of sight there. She may look to change over with the last bowl. She's coming down to have a bit of a bo peep. She did ask her opponent, "Do you mind if I go down and have a look?" Some players do find it very daunting to trust a marker, especially if it's somebody they don't know and it's somebody in their competition. And not everybody's got the same levels of experience here. As we saw in the last game, one fella, even though it was a very close game, one fella had 1.5 years experience bowling and the other one had 11 years and had been in the state team before. So when you're playing singles, you know the golden rule is that you're the only one batting on your team, and so it's quite difficult to know whether to trust another person to tell you whether you're holding a shot or not. As we all know, it can be very hard to judge at times. She did stick to her backhand. It's fallen short. She's had a look, so that's it for the second end. Marker Eric Smith's had a bit of a look. He seems happy to... The girls are having a look. Very good. One quick look. Can't decide. Better run the tape over it. I like that. So once again, thank you very much to those of you who have tuned in, and for the people supporting Deaf Bowls Queensland and their state titles here, state singles titles. So it is one to Sue Ellen. with the slightly darker bowl. It's lovely that you're supporting Deaf Bowls, and it's fantastic that you've tuned into YouTube Live Sports. It's a very quiet sort of because we're at the very last end of the sectionals, the results of a few of these games could determine who plays in the semi-final and the grand final this afternoon. So they'll be all taking it very seriously. Jack's up about 4 metres from the tee, and the mat's up about 2 to 3 metres from the other end. Lovely bowl from Suellen to start the third end. A couple of foot behind, 2 or 3 foot behind. Good distance, good settler. Yeah, fantastic bowl from Nicole. I didn't mean to rhyme then. I'm not much of a poet. Lovely grass. Always look for something positive when that happens. It's gone about 2 or 3 metres behind. But as I do when I'm playing bowls, you don't clap every single bowl. And you know sometimes when a teammate doesn't like their own bowl. But it is important to clap and let them know. And she's already holding shot. That bowl's down the back as well. This looks a bit better from Nicole. Needs to... Ooh, lucky she didn't take her own out there. It had a bit more weight than I thought. So Suellen just looking to draw. She's got a 2-shot lead at the moment. So just a dead draw if she can trail it. 1 foot, 1.5 feet, even better. It looks like they're all sort of staying away from this ditch side. And look at that. Her weight was beautiful to trail the jack back, but it is hard, as we know. The little yellow one can be quite elusive when you're bowling, or the little white one, depending what green you're playing on. Another good bowl from Nicole. Looks like she's going to get there. She has done. Beautiful. Lovely way to even up the scoreboard. The knickers saver. The girls aren't dissimilar to the blokes. The blokes worry about getting their pants saver and not getting a shot on the board. The girls joke about it as well. Probably a more polite sense than what some of the guys do. 2 all is lovely to see. Hopefully it stays this close or close to this the whole way through. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Mark, being a gentleman coming past, just asking, are we happy with where he's standing? So it's good to see. How are the players new to being on the TV reacting? Maddie, I have to give a massive, massive congratulations to all the players. I don't think I've had a player. Obviously, the players aren't up the other end. I've had one marker once stand in front of the jack. All the players are just getting on and playing. It's like I'm not even here, which is good. It's exactly what you want while you're streaming. You don't want players to be affected by us. I go up and speak to them all before the game, get their details, and they've all been very receptive. They've all said, we're really glad that you're here doing this. So players are happy. I'm happy, mate. Some of them, I think there's a few that have played in Charleston before when they might have met you, Matt. So there's only a few that have actually been on live stream before. A lot of these ones are coming from smaller clubs. There's a few from the bigger clubs like Beanley and so forth that we've seen. But most of them have been very good, not have a drama at all. And certainly personality-wise, they've been absolutely lovely people to deal with. They've learnt to watch my mouth while I'm talking too fast, and I've learnt to be patient listening to them. I like Nicole's shoes. Very sporty looking. And I like the way she bowls. There it is. The first chalky of the game. Very impressive. Not doing bad for a lady who was one of the 4 remaining people at the Club Mooloolaba last night. Trust me, she wasn't sitting there doing nothing either. She was getting stuck into it like some other people. Her and Dougie were lovely people to hang out with last night. Very focused. Nice backward. That's what any skipper probably would have called for. You've got 2 shot bowls. Your next one really needs to be behind as well. You don't want anything shorter. You don't want anything sitting jack high that's going to give an opponent a chance to use. Make your opponent draw to a bare jack is the best option. It looks like she could well draw that to the jack, and she has. Oh, she didn't quite get the result she was after, but it was certainly a very good bowl. Another chalky for the game. So Nicole's still holding at least 1. If this keeps going a little further, that could well be 2. Excuse me. 2 down is the call from the marker. Eric Smith of Beanley. Good to see Nicole's just sizing things up. She's not rushing into a bowl. She's sticking on the forehand. It probably looks far more appealing on the forehand. And she can afford to trail it through. Whatever distance she likes. 1 foot or 5 foot. She is bang on target here, folks. But as we've seen a few times today, occasionally, you would not believe it, holes are made for bowls. She's looking very positive about it now. The spirit of these people is fantastic. Walks down, hands are in the air. Oh, well, big smile on the face. I tried. I dare say it's only 2. I don't think there'll be 3 there. Yeah. 2 to Nicole. As I said, the event's been hosted here at Club Mooloolaba on the Sunshine Coast. Lovely facilities and very friendly people. That's not just a cliche I'm saying. I can speak from 24 hours experience. I have been bent over backwards to provide everything that's needed by the players, myself, and spectators. It's been fantastic. And also they host Bowler's Paradise. They're a good sponsor of this event as well, and we thank them very, very much for allowing these people to have their event live streamed. Same will happen next week, Monday through Thursday. Here we've got another one, and we have got another one. Another toucher from Nicole. Nice way to start your end. The marker was just updating the scoreboard then, so hopefully at least we have it on video that it's been touched. Sue Ellen's drawn in though. Almost very close to Jack High. I think a couple inch or 2 short. Girls are really hitting their straps now. Some great bowls coming in. Keeping me on my toes with camera movement, that's for sure. So he's chalking that one. We'll just keep in mind in case it does become relevant later. There is another toucher up there. Well spotted by some of the spectators here today. Expert commentators, spectators. Yeah, very true, Catherine. Yeah, another very good bowl from Nicole there. So these ladies are stepping up. They're showing they're just as good as the blokes that played on the live stream rink earlier this morning. Don't you be sticking up for a Matt Harris. Okay, Nicole looking to cement this. I'm fairly confident she's got 3 there so far. May not look it on your screen. That front bowl's a bit further out than it probably looks. Another bowl. She's got all 3 of her bowls. The counters are all behind. She might have given this one a little bit more width than needed, but she may have been her grand plan. I dare say it's exactly what she's thinking, because if I was playing, I'd be going with a little bit of weight if I was Sue Ellen. So they may know each other. They may know the way each other plays, and might know their plans. But Sue Ellen really needs this one to cut back a few here. Weight's looking very good. Oh, I tell you what, if it didn't hit that weight was exceptional. That may have cut one out, though. That might cut the back one out. Definitely one to Nicole. Mark has got his tape measure out already. And he knows it's close. So, yeah, it might be close for a second even. So she's probably was definitely cut one out and possibly cut another out by the looks. Yeah, do a measure anyway, she says. Oh, that one is close. Yeah, tell you what. It's close around. It could still well be 3 by the looks of this. It is 3. Gee, I thought that last bowl would have done enough of the work. So very well done. Excellent. That's a few consecutive ends for her now. It's certainly a quieter atmosphere. I dare say there's a bit more tension in the air now than there was this morning. Last bowl's gone through quite a ways, probably a couple of metres. The boss is in the house. Good to see Boss War Eagles tuned in. Another one of our very loyal viewers on YouTube Live Sports from the US of A. Great to have your company, as always. And nice adjustment there by Nicole. She wouldn't have been happy with that first one after that last couple of ends, so... See the live chat. A lot of people getting involved in the live chat. If you've never done it before, folks, it's fairly simple. If you're on a phone or a computer or iPad, a big white button. I think it's normally just to the bottom left of your screen. Click on live chat and just drop a line. Let us know where you're viewing from. It's always good for these people to know where people watch from. They, as a play, you know, it's interesting to hear that so and so tuned in from the US. We had viewers from the Philippines this morning, as we often do. Boss is one of our favourites. He's always tuning in. We haven't heard from Wombat and Panda lately. We've got quite a few. Notice all the girls no short bowls so far, which is very good to see. Always a pleasure, mate. Looks like everybody's picking France for the World Cup now. Now Australia's not in, of course. Sue Ellen using the correct amount of weight there. If she'd got that onto the shot bowl, probably would have sat. Hit and sit, as we call it, or a little upshot. If anybody's interested to know, while the boys and girls are talking live chat. Oh, you just spoke with him, mate. Yeah, I had a chat with him too. Quite a long chat. So I hope you've got him on a positive frame of mind, boss. We had a good long chat the other day. It's good to know that can happen with people that we've met through the live chat. This is looking real good from Sue Ellen. Weight is exceptional. And a touch, and I've got a funny feeling she might have just put a nail in the coffin with the very last bowl there. It certainly looks it from here, and it looks it via the monitor. Well done, Sue Ellen. She's come back. She's dropped the last 3 ends in a row, so she'll be very happy with that. Girls, yeah. Well, they might be looking at a second even. They are. Good job, boss. We're a good bunch of people, aren't we, mate? Helping out a young fella. And he left him on a positive note. That was really good, mate. Good to know that you're helping out too. And it is 2 to Sue Ellen, so she did very well there. That'll give her a bit more confidence, get her back in the game. Shout out to Panda and Wombat. If you're watching this later on or you're tuning in now. Hopefully all is well in Ardrossan Town. Yeah, so for those of you who are interested in the World Cup, good luck to you. For those of you who want to know how the Sydney Swans went last night, you can ask me anytime you like on the live chat. I'll tell you. I'll tell the world. I'll sing it from the rooftops. Swannies had a good win over the Bulldogs yesterday. Well, last night. Even my mum was at home watching that one, keeping me posted with score updates. Big game tonight, Sharks and Swans in the NRL. The Sharks and Broncos in the NRL. Broncos struggling of late. A few issues going on in the camp there, I think. And they probably have a couple of... Look at these bowls. We just can't turn away. Some great bowling going on. Both the ladies shining. They'll be comparing notes with the boys' games that were on this morning. We had 2 very good, high-quality games. This morning we had one end. I think the first 7 bowls of the end were all easily within a metre of the jack. 7 out of 7 from 2 players on a surface that neither were used to is a very good result and a good sign. As I said, the Bowls Queensland state selectors are here as we speak, right beside the live stream ring. Not close enough for me to hear the conversations to give you any inside tips, anybody. They're smarter than that, I'm sure. But they're keeping their eyes across the entire field, men and ladies. It's good to see that Bowls Queensland's getting behind the deaf bowls in that respect, and they know that it's going to be a big part of the game in future years. So the other states will need to be on their toes. South Australia, you need to get some deaf bowlers on board if you haven't already. And the other states have already got groups and got representatives, but you're going to need to lift your game. Queensland are really well and truly planning for big things for the future, and it's great to see the inclusivity that the deaf bowlers are finally getting the recognition that they're getting. Ooh, so well and close, but still holding 3. So we've gone from Nicole really controlling the head to now Sue Ellen holding 3. So second last bullet in the gun. Oh, Nicole's weight was good for what she wanted. She's just rolled through. Yeah, I think Matt Harris is right. I don't think the Broncos are going to feature in finals this year, but they've shocked us all many times before, usually around Origin time. That's what makes me nervous. The baby Broncos for years were known to be absolute destroyers at State of Origin time. A different crowd of Broncos back in those days. Okay, so Sue Ellen's now got a back bowl. She's got the furthest back bowl, just in case Nicole gets a little aggressive here. Having spoken to her for a few hours last night, I don't think there's an aggressive bone in her body. She seems like an absolutely lovely lady. See hubby Doug up in the distance there, keeping a good close eye on her too. It's funny how some family members, husbands, wives, and so forth, they will be at the ground and they will watch their partners, their loved ones play. But they sometimes don't get too close. The last thing that player wants sometimes is to know that hubby's sitting behind, commenting on particular bowls. Well, this is going to even the game up because it looks like to me 3 to Sue Ellen. Yes, Origin 3, Kathy. You're right. I don't know about the Dolphins, Matt. You can have those to yourself. Yeah. So for those who don't know, if you get the nearest to the jack, you get one shot. If you get another bowl, it's the next nearest to the jack, you get 2 shots. If you get the third one, as we just saw then, so the 3 closest bowls were one player's bowls, so they get 3 shots. And you keep doing that until such time as the opponent's bowl is the next bowl. So if hopefully that makes sense the way I've explained that. Got a short end coming up. Need the big zoom camera. So far up, it's hard to get it on the line even. Well done by the marker. And look at him, straight away, walks to the side. Fantastic. Not obscuring views at all. They've really been very switched on, all the markers that we've had for this tournament. It's not an easy job, and I found out only this morning. There was a lady marking this morning. It was the first time she's ever marked a game in her life. So an inexperienced bowler and inexperienced marker, tricky thing to be navigating while you're out playing as well and concentrating on your own game. Both the bowls sitting about a metre, just over a metre behind the jack. Nice start, an even start. Very good. Yes, that's correct. The person who wins the end bowls first on the very next end. Sue Ellen just going a little bit behind there. Both the girls will back off. They'll both see that they're going through. Now, I spoke to Steve Fox earlier. He said this green appears to be running, or feels like it's running, very differently than yesterday. The bowls aren't tailing in. They're holding. They're not turning at the end like they normally, or like, well, he plays up the road, so he would know this green fairly well, even though it's not his home club. It's less than a 5-minute drive to his club. Very hard for us to see at this stage who's holding shot. The first 2 bowls would be the 2 closest, the ones closest to the centre line. See if a good adjustment's been made. Looks like weight is very good for Sue Ellen this time. Lovely. 2 foot behind. Nice bowl. So is this one. So both the girls made some really good adjustments for weight. That bowl's only a couple inches short. I'll just warn you now, Matt, the other person on the live chat's not going to like that comment, but I absolutely love your last comment. Wonder if the boss, do you watch a bit of Australian Rugby League and AFL? I guess you'd have access to all the games via the internet if you do. Oh, we don't need a miracle to win State of Origin, mate. We just got to turn up like we didn't do in Game 2. Oh, be careful. Yeah. Lucky she didn't hit that too hard. She would have taken a big exhale after that one. Nicole Roderick from the Good Bowls Club. Don't know whether she'll get 2 out of it now. Marker's reaching for his tape. Predicting how close it is. Yep. Out it comes again. Good to see. Well, I strongly suggest you go for New South Wales, boss. Just the one. Just the one to Nicole. So, very interesting. Okay, Habib's asked a really interesting question. Habib, I will try to answer your question. His question is, hi, can someone please explain how being deaf is a disadvantage at lawn bowls? Look, I'm not hearing impaired, but one thing I'd love you to do, Habib, if you've got the chance, we live streamed last night the first 3 sectional games, and we had a variety of people on, and they all spoke from different backgrounds. So, and it will help to answer your question far better than I can. It just means you've got to sit through 3 games of bowls. The first person we had on the live stream last night was Prue Staines, a 16-year-old, the youngest ever Australian player selected to play for the Australian Deaf Bowls team and an Australian a national champion at 16 years of age. We had Sue Higgins on, who has a deaf support dog. She talked about the benefits of assistant dogs to people with hearing impairment or complete deafness. We had Michael Barker on, who is deaf himself, was a teacher and worked with children that needed extra help at school, ended up deaf himself. He's now the president of Deaf Bowls Australia. We had Stephen Fox on, excuse me, who's the secretary of Deaf Bowls Australia, who's organising this event. And we had one other person whose name eludes me right now. But, to answer your question, Habib, what they've sort of implied or explained to me, that I'm just making sure I'm on top of this game here. What they explained to me is there's disadvantages in all aspects of life and being deaf. And when a deaf person explained it to me, boy, oh boy, did it open my eyes. Now, obviously, with some of these people, deafness or hearing impairment is not their only disadvantage that they're going through. Lovely, great bowl there from Sue Ellen. Other disorders or illnesses can happen. But the communication for your bowls and bowling a bowl, they said that's not the disadvantage or the disability. And that's why it's taken so long for them to be recognised by the Disability Bowls organisation. It's more so communication, and they are not allowed to wear hearing aids or any other hearing devices while they play. So they're playing with that disadvantage of not being able to hear what's going on in the background, what's not going on, and what's being spoken about by teammates. So they've got to use sign language, lip read each other, hand gestures, and so forth. I think the way they explained it wasn't necessarily a anything like a physical disability, but for everyday life, it is a massive disadvantage, and it was explained very well by different people in different circumstances last night. I don't know if I've fully answered your question. I don't know that I'm the best person to answer it. I hope that gives you some understanding. They're not claiming it to be a physical disability. We'll just watch this bowl come in. Is it going to move that? No, it's not quite going to do enough, but awfully close. Habib, I hope that answers. Matt on the live chat, he's had a lot of interaction with the deaf bowlers through the Nationals last year. He might be able to add a little bit more information. I don't know, Habib, I'm guessing because you've said there that you've played bowls and you do play bowls. If you've played bowls with someone before, that may have done enough to turn that bowl into make it two, maybe. Yes, you're exactly right, mate. A lot of us use hand signals. I play with people, and if you've played bowls, you'd be the same. We all play with people in the older generation. Let's face it, there's a lot of us. Yeah, she likes two. Two to Swellen. Girls have been very good in keeping us up to date with the scores too. I've just got to be on my toes and make sure I update the scoreboard on your screen, folks. I'll get back to this question. There you go. Habib, deafness is not a standalone classification in the Paralympic Games. To compete in the Paralympics, an athlete must have one of the 10 eligible physical, visual, or intellectual impairments recognised. Thank you very much for that, Matt Harris. Now, in the chat earlier, Kathy had Googled what the stipulations are for deaf bowlers and what circumstances they have to have. In other words, what test results, an audiology test, I believe, or a similar word to that. There is a test that they can do with the player's hearing capacity, and that will be what entitles them to be classified in the deaf bowls. But I do agree with what Habib's saying there too. Quite often I play with people that have got hearing aids and choose not to use them or don't use them well. I'll tell you right now, it is a massive disadvantage as a teammate when your teammate can't hear what you're saying if they don't recognise your hand signals. And when I've played with a bloke for 5 years solid in club pairs, triples and fours for 5 years solid, he still misreads different hand signals or things like that. So, yeah, Chockers, you're bang on the money. You knew exactly who I was talking about there. Keithy Dowdle, my lovely mate from Port MacDonald Bowls Club, he definitely needs hand signals, as do a lot of people while they're playing bowls. So that's the crux of the story there. Hopefully that answers Habib's question. Other things like the BPL, people can walk to the head and speak to teammates. Hopefully, folks, I'm just trying to stay on top of the game here. We've got two bowls that have gone way down deep. Give you a bit more perspective. I'll be with you 1 second, folks. Sorry about that, folks. Just liaising there with Graham, the bowls coordinator here at Club Mooloolaba. Just making sure that we can get the semi-final and the final played on separate rinks. Because obviously with the semi-final, one of the winner from that is going to have played on rink 8. So we're just going to do a bit of camera adjusting. But that's on the later on link that we will put on, or is on YouTube already. It's a standard part of the process, folks. You don't want to play a semi-final and then a final on the same rink. The people that play on that rink in the semi-final get an advantage over whoever played on a different one and come across. So it's standard practice. You're just making sure the cameras could be moved, which I'm 99% sure I shouldn't have too much problem there. We may have a bar in the way though. Here's a lovely bowl from Swellen. It's just got to hang around enough without. Yep, there you go. Beautiful bowl. Exactly what she needed. At this stage of the game, this is the last end, folks. The score is 8-9 to Swellen, who's just drawn shot. So this shot is needed for the match. And I think it's just going to cut under. Awful close. Awful close. The ladies are very happy with themselves. A very close game. 2-pointer, another one. So today's games, folks, have been fantastic. Awfully close. That concludes our sectional stage of the competition. A win to Swellen Tappanen from McLaren up near Rockhampton and Gladstone over Nicole Roderick from Goodna. Congratulations to both the ladies. They've just both walked past. They've both got smiles and happy faces, and it's fantastic to see. So now I need to give everybody a real good update here so everybody understands. I've had it re-clarified. We will be heading into the semi-final. We're going to have a break now, and I believe 1:45 is the time I'm being told. I'm going to try and get one last reconfirmation that is the time that the final will be finishing. The semi-final will be starting. So the organisers aren't too close. But I will, if I can get somebody's attention, I will do that. If I can get a hold of Steve Fox, that'd be a good one. 1:45 is the scheduled time on Youtubelivesports. That's where you need to go because this link will conclude soon. I'll hit the end button and it'll all finish up. Please come back and watch the semi-final. I don't know who will be in it yet. I can't give you the details because they're still tallying up scorecards from that game. Everybody's just finishing up their final sectional game. So there'll be a fair few that get to have a rest now, and the rest, they'll be sitting back and watching what's expected from what we've seen today. There's the game all done. The siren's gone. Now, I'll just have a quick look back at some of these comments before we move on. There you go. Deaf bowls at club level requires no formal classification. Thank you, Kathy, for that. And Habib, I hope you saw Kathy's comment. At international championships, athletes must provide a certified audiogram verifying their hearing loss and meeting the governing body criteria for fair and equitable competition. Hopefully you saw that one. Oh, yep, you're there. If it's singles, not sure how it's different if they need to... Yep, that's exactly right. In this competition, the conditions of play, Habib, were that you can't walk up to the head. It's a 10-end format. It's very unusual singles format because they wanted to get they wanted to get a section in, so we get sections of 3 players. So they just chose a different format that would fit with the live streaming, would fit with the time constraints that they had. Obviously, they need to check all of that with host club Mooloolaba and make sure that everything's okay with them. So hopefully we've answered a few questions there. Chockers, yeah. Polite hand signals, yeah. Occasionally the one finger wave, mate. That always gets a run in when you're playing with your mates from your club, as you know, in a friendly way, of course. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Boss, I hope you're around this afternoon to watch us as well. Chockers, join us, mate. I'm glad to see you've tuned in. This afternoon's games, if this morning's games have been anything to go by, should be very good, close action. Don't forget, folks, I'll bring it up on the screen now, all next week, or Monday to Thursday inclusive next week, on the Gold Coast, the Australian Deaf Games are taking place. So that's a number of events and different sports that are occurring on the Sunshine Coast. Matt Harris will be up here from coming all the way up to Sydney to live stream. I'll give him a hand. And we'll be the only events that are being streamed out of all of the Australian Deaf Games are the lawn bowls. So the players are tickle pink about that. Really good that everyone's joined in. I can't thank you all enough. So I'm not going to continue and ramble. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget, the other link is on YouTube Live Sports now. It starts at 1:45. Unless I can get... Actually, I might just try and get clarification. Hang with me for 2 seconds, folks. I'll go and make sure that it's definitely going to be a 1:45 start. Won't be a sec. Okie dokes, boys and girls. The good news is 1:45 is Australian Eastern Standard Time. So that's in exactly 35 minutes. We'll be ready to rock and roll for the semi-final, which we'll be doing on Rink 8, and I think we'll be doing the grand final on Rink 9. Don't know who's in it yet. I will endeavour to have that on the screen ready for you when you come back. Just for those who know Steve Fox, a big organiser of this event, he has struggled. I think he's lost all 3 of his games. Up until now, he's just won 18-zip in his very last game. And I think he's going to ring Barry Lester real quick, who's his coach, and say, you know what, I did exactly what you said. I thought about my mental state after the 3 losses. He's just learned a massive lesson, and it's an absolute credit to him. If you've lost 3 games at a massive state tournament that you've organised, he spent weeks doing all the work, and he's worn out, and he's come out, and he's done exactly what he needs to do. So congratulations to Steve Fox. Yeah, it's very hard to do. All right, folks, 1:45 Queensland time. See you then. Semi-final and grand final of the Queensland Deaf Bowls Singles Championships. Thanks for joining. Tim Wrightson from Motorsports Live, tuning off. Catch ya.